And good morning to our online audience. Thank you very much for joining us for day 2 of WPL Summit here in Athens. Now, I'm going to first of all start by asking you all wonderful delegates to take your seats. Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. I see some delegates looking for a seat somewhere there. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you 10 seconds for everyone to be settled. All right. So yesterday we had the most wonderful time, not only last night, but also during the day. A plethora of conversations, a lot of which were kind of also very sensitive because, I felt that a lot of delegates are having to relive their experiences. But on that, I also have to say a wild and big congratulations to all of you. So, assuming you're not holding a cup of coffee in your hand, please give yourself a round of applause. My name is Anita Erskine. I will be your moderator for the second day and concluding day. The day is still being filled up. And also, so you know, some of our delegates also, some of our sisters also left last night. So don't let the dynamic in the room worry you at all. And some, I think, really enjoyed Athens. And whatever happened last night is staying in Athens, and they will join us as we go along. But in the interest of keeping up to time, I would like us to officially start today's proceedings. And we're starting off with a video message from the State Secretary for Gender Equality, Equal Opportunities and Diversity, Government of Belgium. Please make welcome Marie-Colline Leroy.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Le sommet de Women Political Leaders se déroule à Athènes, le berceau de la démocratie. La démocratie, c'est 2500 ans d'histoire de l'humanité et pourtant une émergence tardive de la place des femmes et une sous-représentation qui persiste malgré les évolutions. Au Parlement européen, par exemple, seulement 40% des membres sont des femmes. Selon les chiffres de l'ONU, il y a aujourd'hui 28 femmes chefs d'État et ou au gouvernement. Au rythme actuel, il faudra 130 ans pour que la parité dans les décisions politiques du plus haut niveau soit atteinte. Le combat pour une véritable égalité n'est donc pas terminé. Il est pourtant nécessaire et profite à tout le monde, dans tous les secteurs de la société. Selon la Banque européenne d'investissement, l'implication des femmes au niveau des postes de décision est non seulement un impératif pour garantir une société juste et égalitaire, mais aussi bénéfique car elle rend les sociétés plus résilientes et plus performantes. Et pourtant, les obstacles restent nombreux. Stéréotypes de genre, sexisme, conservatisme, autant de phénomènes qui se reproduisent encore dans l'espace numérique. Selon l'UNESCO, les grands modèles de langage liés à l'intelligence artificielle ont une propension importante et inquiétante à produire des stéréotypes de genre, des clichés raciaux et des contenus homophobes. Plus spécifiquement, dans le domaine politique, les femmes sont 3 fois plus touchées que les hommes en matière de cyberviolence. L'espace en ligne est devenu un terrain où certains cherchent à réduire au silence les femmes, impactant leur liberté d'expression dans le monde réel, particulièrement lorsqu'elles prennent leur place aux fonctions dirigeantes. C'est notamment pourquoi nous devons être vigilants et proactifs. Je salue notamment la directive sur l'intelligence artificielle proposée par l'Union européenne, qui vise à réglementer les violences en ligne de la même manière qu'elle l'est hors ligne. Elle intègre une perspective de genre afin de traiter les questions de haine et de violence envers les femmes en ligne. Nous devons tout faire pour encourager les femmes en politique et les soutenir à prendre leur juste place en toute sérénité. C'est un enjeu de démocratie majeur et je me réjouis qu'il soit au cœur des discussions aujourd'hui.
Merci beaucoup, Marie-Colline Leroy. And also, ladies and gentlemen, as you know that Belgium also holds the presidency at the European Council, so this essentially is a key factor in not only our proceedings, but in the general sense of politics and democracy. So thank you so much to the State Secretary for Gender Equality, Equal Opportunities and Diversity, Marie-Colline Leroy, for sending us that wonderful message. In terms of messages, we're moving into our first panel filled with messages around the challenges of entrenched party politics, including the prioritization of power, spread of misinformation, which was mentioned yesterday, and ultimately, the clear and evident threats against women politicians. Our first conversation will be moderated by Tanya Bozaninu, who is a journalist to Vima newspaper Greece. Tanya will moderate a conversation across four extraordinary individuals, three, I believe. Is it three? Fantastic. Gabriela Cretu, who is the Senate of Romania. Lucia Nikolsonova, who is a member of European Parliament, Independent Slovakia. And Sarah Adjoa Safo from my home country, the Republic of Ghana, member of Parliament of the nation of Ghana. And the topic is the perilous grip, how political parties threaten democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a WPL warm welcome.
Good morning. The black shapes. Good morning, everyone. Political parties threaten democracy. That's a good one. No, they are supposed to safeguard the democracy and be the agent between the people and government. But extreme polarization, party politics, and the latest developments in this difficult and unpredictable world have made parties an agent of party politics, an agent of instead of democracy, an agent of self-serving the interests of the parties. I don't know if you agree with this general question. Do you think that political parties are nowadays give a blow to democracy because of party politics? Or can we do without them? What can we do?
I think that political parties have a role to play in our democracy, and I'm happy to be here in Greek, where democracy emanated from. We're told it's from the word demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power. If you look at the political landscape across all nations, of which Ghana is one, I strongly believe that most of us are in parliament or hold political positions because of our political parties. So I think that if we don't regulate try to find a balance or equilibrium between the role that political parties play in our democracy, they can actually be risky or dangerous for our democracies across nations.
And what about you, Lucia? In Slovakia, parties, political parties?
I think Slovakia right now, in these days, is a very scary example of how the politics should not be done. But it's not only in Slovakia. I think we can say that worldwide, the situation in the world of politics is really, really bad. And it has never been as bad as now, and it really sucks. And I think there are three main reasons why we are in a really bad situation. The first one is that we have an overabundance of politicians, but an acute shortage of political leaders. The very sad thing is that more and more politicians are turning into populists or extremists. They are not cultivating our societies anymore. They are not leading the societies. They are basically telling the people what they want to hear. They ask the voters, like, what do you think about migrants, for instance? And then, they will tell them the same thing, what the people want to hear. They give up on cultivating the societies. What they only care about are their numbers, their preferences in the political polls. That's it. The second reason is that the politics became an obscene and very vulgar world. And the victims of this fact are women politicians, mostly. I mean, we fought so hard to get women into the world of politics, and now we are losing them because of all the online violence, because of all the threats that they have as a daily cocktail when there are women politicians. It became so brutal that all of the data from all of the studies we have are showing us that after the first mandate in politics, women are just leaving, So if we don't do something about this, and these are the regulation, but coming from European Parliament, I can tell you that as hard as we try, our regulations come too late, or they are not implemented well enough to combat the online violence that is especially on the social media. So here I'm also very skeptical. In general, I'm very skeptical that this situation can change. And the third reason is that decent political parties are losing their touch with people. And this is very much the truth. We still have decent politicians, but they are too posh, They are the elite. They don't talk the language the people do. And now with this, we really have to say that people are getting more and more stupid. And as cruel as this sounds, it's true. Because we are not reading books anymore. People are not reading books anymore. All we read are messages, short messages through messengers or titles. We don't even read the articles. We only read the titles. And the extremists know this very well. So that's why their way of communication is very simple. Everybody can understand it. But the decent politicians, we are too good to talk to the people in their language that they could understand. And if they don't understand us, they will never trust us. So yes, the situation is very bad. And if you ask me, I'm very skeptical how this can be changed. In long term, it's through the education, of course. I mean, we have to care about the younger generation. We have to educate them. We have to teach them how to the critical thinking, media literacy, what is wrong, what is right, what source of information is saying me this, why is it saying me this? And but this is a very long-term run. Of course, it could help if the online media, the online platforms where we find the most of the disinformation and hoax would cooperate with us. But they only see the numbers, right? They want to sell. And the best way to sell is through emotions, very low emotions like hatred, or fear. So I don't know whether we can really get to the point where we can solve it, but the situation is getting just worse and worse. And I have no idea what will be the awakening. In Europe, it might be the European elections that we are expecting right now, where the extremists are on the rise.
And what about Romania, Gabriela? What is the experience in your country?
I've been a member of a political party for 40 years now, and a professor of politics, of social sciences. And I am a bit split between theory and reality, because theory tells us that parties are a necessary part of a liberal democracy. They have at least 7 things to do: ensuring political pluralism, organizing different groups of interests and values, proposing alternative, consistent model of society, creating political consciousness, which is not born. It has to be created, preparing personnel necessary for exercising power, mobilizing citizens to be involved in politics and in elections as well, ruling the country when in power, and not finally countering the opinions of other political parties in order to persuade the citizens. It's a hard and complex job. Or coming to reality, reality tells us that mainstream political parties failed in doing this job, as my colleague told you already. The issue actually is not misinformation, which many times is an opinion I don't agree with. I don't speak here about deep fake or other issues, but generally misinformation. The real issue is why citizens believe those spreading this misinformation and not us, mainstream parties. Nevertheless, the solution is not limiting the number of the parties, forbidding parties, because we can forbid a party, but we can't forbid an idea. So, if these different ideas are not expressed, voiced, we would have increasing conflict, violence, revolt. So, we have to organize platforms, spaces for dialogue, for debate, for listening to and being listened. Us not using this marketization of politics, buying time to different media or social media now in order to promote our idea. Politics is about people and human energy, if you want. We believe somebody and we don't believe another person because we feel somebody is genuine and in what he or she says, and another guy saying interesting things is not genuine. And there is no touch, between those bearing a message and us. But we are different, to be well understood. There are different countries with different experiences. But however, looking for an scapegoat is everywhere a trend. Could be migrants, could be LGBT, could be women, sometimes, why not? And we have to sit down. We are here in Athens to have a kind of dialogue academia, to teach and learn what the Greeks in the antiquity knew very well. I'm sorry. So we could continue.
And you, Sophia, what strategies do you think we should employ to counteract the bad practices of political parties like smear campaigns and misinformation? What are the strategies that you would suggest as an experienced politician?
Continuing on what my colleague said, what I believe is that democracy is a constant struggle against demagogues. The word comes from ancient Greece, which is demagogue, the one who manipulated the demos, the people. And the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle used to say, and he wrote in his very famous work, Politics, that we can claim that most tyrants, dictators, came from demagogues, since they won the trust of the people by blaming the privileged. So in modern times, in modern Europe, let's say, but in the rest of the world also, there are parties that raise their ratings, promising an ideal world and relying on disinformation and the spread of conspiracy theories. A typical example was the period of the pandemic and the theories developed about the vaccines, for example. So what I believe is that the great weapon of democracy is truth and the propagation of truth and the war against lies, credible policies that serve what Aristotle used to name the common good. Of course, I know that it is a difficult process because one has to ignore the political cost and the emphasis on civil education in the schools, for example, education in democratic institutions from a tender age is very important. I want to finish, I want to try to answer, or why people do they believe all these lies? And there is a saying, a saying, a popular saying that I don't remember if somebody said it specifically, that says that lives have traveled around the world before the truth has had the time to put on its shoes. So lies travel more faster than this, and this is the problem.
And yes, of course, lies travel. They're sometimes much more interesting lies than the truth. The truth sometimes is much more simple and not interesting, common. And nowadays, the last few years, there have been many polarizing issues. Common in some countries around the world, others are country-specific. Sarah, what about Ghana? What is polarizing the society, the Ghanaian society and politics?
I think polarization it's a major threat to our democracy, just as it is in other parts of the world. In Ghana, we have a constitution that guarantees the nation multi-party democracy. But in practice, there are only two political parties that run back and forth. So one goes for 8 years, and the next 8 years, another party comes into. So more or less, we are running a two-state or two-party state. What it is in our politics, the reality is we have all the laws to protect everybody, but in reality, the laws are just stuck on the shelves. Why do I say that? We have political parties that field candidates, and candidates spread misinformation based on ethnicity. And that is very, very dangerous. And it is what is causing civil war in many African countries. But we don't seize politics of ethnicity because one way it will benefit one party or the other. So I think that what we need to do as Africans is we need to move away from politics of ethnicity over polarization, more specifically on ethnicity. Number two, I think that we have to reward based on meritocracy. I believe in merits. People should be in positions. People who are vying for political positions should be given positions based on merits, not based on how well you were able to insult one party or the other on the campaign trail or on a campaign stage. I think that is very important for moving forward in our politics. I also believe that if we need democracy to work in Africa, we need free and fair elections. We can't walk away from free and fair elections. The fact that you have an election doesn't mean it's free and fair. It has to be transparent. People have to believe in the process. There has to be electoral reforms that people believe in.
And participate.
And participate as well. So everybody comes out of an election, and whoever wins believe truly that I've won through fair and free means. And again, we need to strengthen institutions if we need our democracies to work in Ghana and in Africa. And I remember when President Obama visited Ghana somewhere in 2009. I wasn't in parliament then. I was a young lawyer, but I followed his speech in parliament. And what he said is, Africa does not need strong men. What Africa needs is stronger institutions. And I think that if we need our political parties to play a major role in our democracy, we need to strengthen our political parties. How do we strengthen them? This has been one of the major topics that we've been discussing in Ghana, which has to do with political party funding. If we're able to set the laws right and know where political party funding is coming from, and everybody around the nation or around the world knows that this is how we're going to fund our political parties, we won't have what we're having today. Because sometimes you have financiers of political parties actually shaping the interests of political parties as against the interests of the majority of the people that voted us into power. So how do we fund? I think it's something that our laws haven't taken a look at in Ghana, that we're now having a national conversation about it. Do we have it from the national budget so that every political party would think about the nation first and not who is putting money in my party to make sure that I get people elected in parliament or into government? So I think that in ending, I want to say that the civil society organizations that we have in Ghana also have a very critical role to play. They need to educate our people. We need to have a youth that has a new orientation of what politics or democracy should be for us in Africa, because they are the future. The youth are the future. So if we're missing out on something, we shouldn't let them miss out on the same things. We have to make sure that they are coming out. They see politics not as a tool for ethnic violence. They don't see politics as a tool of enriching themselves. They don't see politics as a tool of polarization and sometimes leading into civil war. They need to see politics in a different dimension, which is that serving humanity, serving my nation, serving my people, and providing the basic social amenities for my people. That is water, that is shelter, that is free education, and all that there is that goes with having a democratic society. Thank you.
And Lucia, what issues are polarizing the Slovakian society, and can political parties do anything to promote unity?
No. No,
Short answer.
because the political spectrum is so much divided that I think one has to be very naive to believe that one day they could, hold together. Just like it's very naive to think that one day women on national level will stick together. I mean, if women ever stick together on a national level, we will not have half of our troubles that we have, but we are in constant competition, of course, with one to each other. I mean, the polarization of society serves the goals of extremists and populists, right? Because they don't have decent data-based solutions and answers to the biggest challenges that we are facing right now. They don't have anything like that. Their fuel is basically very low emotions of people, and this is the envy and this is the hatred. So this is what they are spreading around. Right now in Slovakia, what is very popular is to be against women. Not all women, just women with opinions.
I think that's everywhere.
To be against,
everywhere.
yes, but it's also our fault, as I said, because we just don't stick together. When there is a woman who is facing the disinformation campaign, discreditation campaign, we just leave her, because she's a threat to us. We are in constant competition, so you deal with it, lady. And then, in 2 days, it's me, then it's you, then it's whoever. I think this unity of women can only work on international level. And I think the women political leaders, Silvana, you have a great opportunity to really base a huge platform to combat this online violence, hate speech, and all the threats that women are facing today, because it's not possible on national level. It can only happen on international level, where we are not I'm not in competition with you, you're not a threat to me. But on the national level, it's trickier. And of course, in Slovakia right now, our public enemy is the LGBTIQ community, which is extremely sad because Slovakia, among all other issues, we are well known of 2 murders of homosexuals just last year in the center, in downtown of Bratislava, the capital city of Slovakia, you know, where we thought it's a different world that really belonged to the West world. But a guy who was 19 years old killed 2 homosexuals just because they were homosexuals, you know? And this is very dangerous phenomena. It's a dangerous phenomena in the whole east of Europe, I would say. And this definitely is something that is very threatening, and it serves the extremists and the populist parties. This is what they live on. The thing with the extremists and populists is that they're not able to tell people or lead people to responsibility for their own lives. You know, they will never tell this to the voters. Instead, they are looking for a group of people to create enemy and then point with their fingers like, he is responsible of your failure. You know, because you don't have a job, it's not my fault, it's not the politician's fault, it's the fault of this homosexual, you know. So, and of course, people who are not well educated, you know, who depend on Facebook and on other social media, who are basically daily fed by this slogans full of hatred, they believe in it. And third biggest group of enemies right now, or threat in Slovakia, is liberals. So if you're a woman, you know, and a liberal, you already, you know, deserve to die, really, because it's like double curse, I would say, now in these days.
If you're a woman, LGBTQ and liberal.
Oh my gosh, then, you know, forget it. I cannot imagine really. I mean, I've entered politics in 2010, and there were times when I was the most popular women politician. In 2016, we had elections, and because of that, I got a lot of you know, hate speech and hatred and so on. I had to have bodyguards because I was threatened to be killed. I mean, every single day throughout these 14 years, I received tons of hate speech and threats, really vulgar and everything. I pressed charges, you know, and the police said, well, you're a public figure. You get used to it, you know, you deserve it. Like, there you go, cope with it. The only punishment that the perpetrators ever got was 16 euros fine, you know, for writing me like I'm a you know, prostitute, I should go and kill myself. They wished me cancer. They wished me to die of cancer. And my 3 kids, you know, there were times I faced this huge discreditation campaign because an oligarch, he paid to launch this discreditation campaign. At that time, I was the vice speaker of the Slovak National Parliament, and they launched this campaign by falsified documents that I was a prostitute. I lived in Canada many years ago, and they said that they falsified the document of Canadian police saying that I was a head of gang dealing children and women for prostitution. And the Canadian police said that, no, it's not true, you know, it's a hoax. The Canadian embassy stepped in to say, no, it's not true. But it had thousands and thousands of shares. And when I was walking on the street with my 3 kids, people would spit on me and call me all kinds of different names, you know. And I pressed charges, and the police said, well, you know, you're a public figure. It's normal, like, get used to it. But it's not normal. This is not normal. This is not a freedom of speech that whoever can, you know, do something like that to another person. So I think until we open the criminal laws in our country, and what is not allowed in a real world shouldn't be allowed in online world. If this is not in our criminal law, that it's not okay to cause any harm in online space to whoever, you know, from the political spectrum or to public figures, until then we will not be able to fight these fights. So I would say, sorry, I think what we need, it's data-driven policies, education, of course, critical thinking, media literacy, civil society organizations as the watchdogs of, populists and extremists in politics, and the support of standard media. And unfortunately, more and more politicians work rather with disinformation media than the standard media, And the standard media, for instance, like investigative journal, I was an investigative journalist before I entered politics, and this is something that is disappearing because it's very expensive for the standard media, to pay for investigative journalists. And yeah, I mean, and here Slovakia is also well known of a murder of investigative journalists, unfortunately.
Too. So, Gabriela, you have been very active in social media. Do you have the same experience as Lucia, and can parties do anything about it?
I deeply agree with Lucia, but we have to understand, however, that there are two levels. There is the society. We have really a polarized society concerning income. We have an increasing inequality. We have issues now with war and peace. We have climate change issues. And we all agreed that mainstream parties ruling our countries have no willingness to really solve these problems. Some of them tried, some of them less, but these problems are real. In this context, there is the second level, politics, where some parties try to benefit from the tensions of societies. In social media, not far-right parties are the problem now, I suppose, but we have to pay attention to the new reality of technology, because at least a far-right party could be challenged. I could explain to citizens that they are wrong believing the message. But when it comes to AI, deepfake, seeing a video where you look at you and you are not you. You started.
It even happened to the Italian Prime Minister yesterday.
So this is, and not knowing who is behind, who is paying, whose interests are served by spreading the piece of information or a fake or deep fake or something. This is quite difficult because it's not about a human being. I could fight with. It's about something many times, or the majority of times, we cannot understand even how it's functions.
Sofia, you will have the last word. You have a big experience in the Ministry of Migration. Migration is a polarizing issue around Europe. What's your experience in Greece, and is there anything that can be done?
Well, yes, of course, it is a polarizing issue because we had the crisis of 2015-2016 when more than 1 million people passed by Greece and arrived to Central Europe. So this was something that did not help to understand what's going on in the world and how can we deal with the issue. But hearing to all this that my colleague said, I have to say that, as you remember, I've been the first woman spokesperson, a governmental spokesperson. Okay, you cannot
Greece,
imagine.
Yes.
I can imagine.
It was a horror. Even now, if you go on the pages, on the internet pages, you cannot imagine what happened. I mean, it was not me that was talking. Because, of course, okay, I was a woman, and they should see how I was dressed, how I was sitting. I mean, issues that they are not going to ask for a man. They don't
Yes.
care. And then it was a period that populism was going on. Other parties used to say, from the far right and the far left, used to say that as soon as we come to the government, then we're going to tear the memoranda, and we're going to cut out the troikans. And okay, people wanted to believe them, so it was so difficult for me. And sometimes my daughter, my son, I mean, everybody in the family, the husband said, how can you do this? Tell the prime minister to go out. You cannot bear it. And I used to say that I remembered always Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, that even she had problems because she was a woman.
Of course.
And she used to say that even if you see me walk on the Thamesis, you will say that I don't know how to swim. So, I mean, they are going to find, they are going to find always something. So, you know, then hate speech, of course, it is very spread, and of course, democracy must respond with arguments, which is more difficult. It's to talk to the people with the arguments when everybody is screaming around you. But what I believe is that we must always remember the black pages of the history when populists came to power, and what happened, what catastrophe happened in not only in Europe but in all over the world. We can remember the Second War. Sometimes when I'm in television, I say, when this happened, they say, okay, don't go to the Greek revolution. I say, yes, I have to go to the Greek revolution because before we were liberated, we had already 3 civil wars. We were in war with the Ottomans and between us. So I have to remember this in order to tell people that hate speech is not the right way.
Maybe the answer is to have more women and strong women like the distinguished panelists in politics.
Thank you. Everybody's here is
To be a
important.
scapegoat.
Yes.
May I just please at the end say that in Slovakia we have our Madam President, Madam Čaputová. She's our pride and the light at the end of tunnel. She's great. If you don't know her, just Google her out. She's great. And she's quitting with politics, even though she's
Yes.
so popular. She's not running because of the hate speech and the threats and the online violence against her as a woman. The way she dresses, it's a constant criticism and
Yes.
hate speech about her. And she's quitting. And I'd like to encourage all of you, who are in active politics, don't give up. Because to give up, that then this is the way how the bad
Yes.
guys will.
Yes, we go out
will
and,
yeah,
and they rule
will
the
survive
world.
and we will just move. So please fight it.
Thank you so much to our panelists.
Thank you.
For sharing your personal experiences. We really do hold you all in high esteem. We really appreciate you. Our official photographer, if you could kindly take a photo of our wonderful, extraordinary panelists and ladies and politicians. Popularly known as the President of Ireland from 1990 to 1997. Mary Robinson will be joining us virtually via video. Please take a look at the screens.
I'm very pleased to address the Women Political Summit 2024 on the important theme of democracy for the 21st century. I'd like to convey 2 messages as chair of the Elders, the group of global leaders brought together by Nelson Mandela in 2007 to work on peace, human rights, and a sustainable world. The first message stems from our own work on three existential threats: the climate and nature crisis, the pandemic crisis, and the nuclear weapons crisis. We recognized that our leaders are not responding with the wisdom and the urgency required. So we initiated an open letter calling for long view leadership. This long view leadership is essential for democracy in the 21st century. Long view leadership means showing determination to resolve intractable problems, not just manage them. The wisdom to make decisions based on scientific evidence and reason, and the humility to listen to all of those affected. Social media is having a worrying impact on our capacity to look at the complexity of issues. We're encouraged to look for instant, populist, so-called solutions. And the influence of lobbyists on all range of issues is increasingly pervasive. So we need leaders, particularly women leaders, to think beyond short-term political cycles and to deliver solutions for both current and future generations. The second message focuses on women's leadership, both political and of the wider women's movement. The elders are supportive of Project Dandelion, which is a women-led, but not women-only, feminist climate justice movement. It uses the icon of the dandelion, which grows on all continents, is resilient and regenerative of the soil. Every part of it is edible, and it spreads through the wind blowing its seeds. Project Dandelion has a positive, hopeful approach to the climate and nature crisis. We're on the cusp of a healthier, cleaner, safer, renewable energy world. We're moving, and we're moving a bit faster, but we're not moving fast enough for the science. To increase our power, we have to use the dandelion's magic, if you like, to connect all those who are working for the better world: indigenous peoples, school children and young people, civil society, progressive business, scientists, artists, all led by women leaders at all levels. And with greater sense of our power, we can then exert the necessary push for moving faster, and in particular, moving the money faster, moving out of paying for and subsidizing what is harming us, and instead supporting what is our future, the renewable energy. So the task is immense, but let's remember the words of Nelson Mandela: it always seems impossible until it is done. So I hope you have a very productive meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for joining us via video. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move into our policy focus sessions. And so if you've already registered or if you're just about to, this is the necessary information. Room 214 will hold How to Stop Online Violence, Laws, Policies, and Principles. That's room 214. Room 314 will hold Where Are the Women in the Corridors of Power? Room 314. Room 114 is Safeguarding Democracy in the Age of AI, the Role of Women in Politics. That's room 114. So if you're not, of course, if you're not attending, you're more than welcome to take a break, have some coffee, but of course, engage in some meaningful networking and conversations. The policy sessions will end at 11:30. at which time we come back here into the room for the next few sessions. So the policy sessions are starting now and they end exactly an hour from now. So kindly, if you can make your way back here an hour from now. Room 214, how to stop online violence. Room 314, where are the women in the corridors of power. Room 114, safeguarding democracy in the age of AI. Enjoy your sessions. Thank you so much. And for those of you also joining us online, we'll be back in an hour where we continue with our panel discussions here in Athens, Greece. Thank you very much for staying with us. our first item as we're coming back into the room. And this is a video from the Vice President of the European Commission 2010-2014, also who was the EU Commissioner 2000 to 2014, member of national and European parliaments from 1979 to 2000, and again 2014 to 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please, joining us via video, do welcome Viviane Reding.
In 2024, a super election year worldwide, we wish and fight for a representation of half of the world's population. We wish and fight for female talent not to be left idle. We simply cannot afford not to have the female talent aboard. And we simply cannot afford to have all this talent fight for a good society, for a clean society, for a fair society. That's why we need all of you to go for it in order to make our world a better place, and to go for it together with men in order to get our world out of the problems we all have now. So please, I count on you. Just make it happen.
Thank you so much. Moving right to the second video that we had this afternoon or this morning, the President of Finland from 2000 to 2012. Please listen to Tarha Halohen.
Dear friends, gender equality is right for the individual, but it is also very beneficial for the society as a whole. And it is absolutely the key to a sustainable future. But there is still a lot to be done. Challenges are different in different parts of the world, but there is not full gender equality in any country. Women have made important strides in various fields of leadership globally. Despite the progress, women are underrepresented at all levels of decision-making worldwide. This is not only an issue of equality and human rights. Gender equality is vital for improving democracies and institutions. Our commitment for advancing the rights of the women and girls will lead to a sustainable, peaceful and resilient future for all. So, let us continue the efforts. The Women Political Leaders Summit provides excellent opportunity to share best practices and to discuss the value of gender equality in leadership and democracy. I am convinced that you will have fruitful discussions and a very successful summit. So, all the best.
Thank you very much. Ladies, you're very welcome back, and gentlemen, you're very welcome back. And for those of you joining us online from around the world, you're also very welcome back. This is the second part of our morning's proceedings. And we're going into our second panel, Navigating the Nexus, AI, Democracy, and Political Leadership. I would like to bring onto the stage our moderator for this session, Cheryl Novak, who's a senior editor, Tovina.com, which is a WSJ publishing partnership. And Cheryl will navigate the conversation across the panelists, Maris Lauri, who's a member of the Parliament of Estonia, Orit Farkash Hakohen, who is the member of the Knesset Israel, Sahar Al-Bazar, who is a member of Parliament, Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who's also WPL Country Ambassador Egypt. Last but not the least, Yana Andronopoulou, who is the General Manager, Greece, Cyprus, Malta, Microsoft. Please welcome the panelists.
So I'd like to wish a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists today. Thank you very much for attending today's panel, which is going to be focusing on artificial intelligence. It's a cross-cutting theme that we've been hearing about throughout most of the panels in one form or another, and there was just a deep dive on the issue upstairs, focusing on policy recommendations. So our panel is Navigating the Nexus, Artificial Intelligence, Democracy, and Political Leadership. And here with us today, we have highly experienced females, leaders in their field that are doing very exciting work on artificial intelligence. We're looking forward to hearing from them about the work they're doing, ranging from the challenges they encounter to some of the solutions. And the objective is that we can conclude with some ideas on how we can utilize artificial intelligence in our favor to improve inclusivity, equity, and fair democratic practices. So, starting off with the first question that I would like to put to the panelists today, focusing on the potential implications of artificial intelligence for political leadership. I would like to first invite Orit to tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing in Israel. You were mentioning earlier today in our discussions about some of the challenges that have come up over the past few years and the way that you're planning on addressing them.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here. I had the privilege of being Israel's Minister of Technology and Innovation, and at the moment I'm the chair of an AI committee that was first ever established in the parliament, in the Israeli parliament, addressing the different challenges that has to do with legislative or maybe administrative things that we can put some and shed some light into. Israel is a high-tech powerhouse, but its strength is built on cyber and services, and this is the characteristic of the industry. The launching of the AI technology has created challenges internationally, and we as a government are facing now the will and the intention to create a bigger AI national plan that touches on the fact that when a country wants to remain a strong high-tech leader with regards to AI, then some changes need to take place. If we're talking about an infrastructure, we need to have a computer high level with a big capacity that was never needed before in order to develop AI. We have LNG challenges, which we're working on creating a Hebrew version, a better one. And these are the challenges that we are pushing forwards. With regards to the regulation, I was the first minister to publish an ethic draft of regulation with regards to AI, and that's, thank you. And we are in between the American attitude and the European attitude, and I think that the two attitudes are coming together as we are seeing the complications of AI. And I also wanted to touch on I would say, it's like a special angle that was put into light in the last few months after October 7th, the events in Israel, where we realized that AI gave the world a revelation. It's a revolution, but at the same time, it created a challenge in the sense that it was never so easy to lie. And the natural problem that we had in social platforms about the authenticity of things, we haven't addressed yet the blueprint and all the requirements that has to do in order to ensure the manipulation of public opinion. And I've done a discussion about it in my committee at the parliament, because we have seen, like, after October 7th, for example, for the first 10 days after that event, 1 out of 3 people that were on social media were not authentic. There were so many campaigns going on. And for example, on the headline of the Libération, a very popular French newspaper, there was a fake AI picture from Gaza. I'm not I'm not diminishing the suffer from both sides and everything, but we started facing fake pictures. So I think that this is another challenges. You know, when we ask Gemini AI, for example, what happened in October 7th? We got an answer for the first few days. It never happened. It is a fake event. We approached Google, which fixed it. So this is only, you know, our example, but I'm sure that so many countries will have to deal with it. We're dealing with it with a regulation, even President Biden is starting to regulate that issue with the requirements for blueprints or water prints in these pictures and so on. And like the rest of the world, we hope that Israel will be part of the international, rules that will help us navigate AI into a better future.
So thank you for pointing out again some of the issues that we've heard about in previous panels, which are about deep fakes. How can we make sure that the information we're receiving is authentic? And obviously this becomes extremely important during the election period, and it is a key concern expressed by many women political leaders. So I would now like to invite Sahar to tell us a bit about some of the work that you're also doing in Egypt. Within the context. Yes, would you like to?
I make a very short comment on that,
Of
since
course.
we addressed. First of all, thank you very much. I'm very honored and inspired to see so many women, female political leaders interested in leveraging AI. I would like to comment on the deep fakes. This is really, as we have elections in the majority of the world this year, very important. And technology companies have recently reached an agreement, the Munich Tech Accord, in order to fight deceptive AI election content. So the idea in this accord is actually to bring some technology innovation that is able to identify realistic pictures and check their origin in order to see if they are AI produced or not, and also in case that those are not valid, to really limit their circulation on the internet. And there are 20 tech companies in this agreement. Microsoft is one of them, Meta, TikTok, Amazon, Google, and others. And also this initiative has been endorsed by the Greek Prime Minister and also the EU Commissioner. And the ask here is it would be great if you can also, influence in order for government to really sponsor and adopt this. Yes. Sure. Just a comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Congratulations for that initiative. And I think this is probably along the lines of some of the work that's also being done in Egypt. So please, Sahar.
Sure. Thank you, Charlie. First, thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm so happy to be here. I'm always a big fan of WPL, and I'm honored to be their ambassador in Cairo. I'm actually leading the AI Act in Egypt, working on the new law. Egypt has started their own strategy for AI like 3 years ago, and now I felt like it's about time to put the legal framework for it to govern the industry, because I feel like Egypt has a big potential. We have a big percentage of our population as young people, and we're happy to educate them more about AI and how this can open a market for them to find jobs, not only in Egypt but internationally, and they can also work remotely if they want. Having said that, I would like to also address the implications that you addressed about the AI and women in politics. AI for me, again, I'm a big fan of AI. I use it every day, all the applications. It helps me in my work. And I totally advise everyone who doesn't do that, please do that, because it facilitates our work and make it more effective. Yet, it has positive implications and it has risks that we need to be aware of. So in terms of the positive things, It can help me analyze documents, get data. It helps me to reach an informed decision in certain situations. It helped me build the framework of some policies that I want to do. It helps me with the research. It can help me with the engagement with the citizens because I can have an AI-powered chatbot that can give information to people or answer the questions. And it also can help me during the elections because it can help me target a region, certain region, and tailor certain messages. So it's very helpful. Yet, the challenges. So the challenges is AI is mirroring us as human beings. So as long as in our life we are biased, definitely the data set that we are doing and feeding the machine will have biases. So do not depend on all the information that you have because definitely it has a potential of biases. That's a kind of risk that we can face when we use AI. Another risk is the lack of transparency. Where did the AI get this kind of data? Is it validated or not? How did the machine or the AI reach such a conclusion or a decision that the AI is giving me? I need to know the process. And as a user, when I put my data, I need to know what kind of data the AI is collecting from me for the personal data, how it's going to be used. I don't want to become another Taylor Swift scandal in my society. So we need to know how my information is being used, my photos are being used. So these kind of challenges, but to end on a positive note, we are all still learning, and AI is a very positive opportunity for everyone. And we're learning with the AI, and we are the leaders of AI. We are controlling the machine. It's not the machine controlling us. So if we want to make it less biased, we can do this. If we want to use it to protect women from being harassed online, we can do this. If we want to train the machine to detect the misinformation and protect the community from misinformation, we can do this. So I call everyone here to be positive about the AI, and I hope we all use it for the best of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar, for your very positive outlook on artificial intelligence, which I must admit that I also use it on a daily basis as well, and I would like to improve my skills. There's a lot of room for improvement, I think, amongst everyone in how we can better implement these different tools that are out there. I would like, before we move to the second half of the panel, to round out the first half that we did. We were talking about regulation, and invite Maris to tell us a bit more about your experience with the regulation within your context, and also about the great news that we have within Europe for the new AI Act that was recently passed by European Parliament.
Yes. Thank you for inviting me in this very nice conference and wonderful place. Regarding IA, I was Minister of Justice when we started and worked on the issues where we can use AI and where we can't, and if we can, in what terms. And I'm glad that such kind of IA Act is passed in EU recently, because it sets up some limits. For example, in areas where it is prohibited to use AI, where there are risks very high, then their controls are very strict. In some areas they are smaller, and in some areas there are no limits. But because those limits are needed and required, people are afraid. There are a lot of people who are afraid of technology, new technology, and everyone knows that it is used sometimes very bad ways. So if we want to use technology in the future, we have to set limits so people will understand all those aspects. What Sahar said has been discussed in Estonia and EU, European Union as well, because it brings down the fear, and brings down, the biggest fear is actually that the machines will take over. I like always to say, and I know it's not original, that technology is it. It is not human. We are developing it. So we are setting limits. Of course, it's important to follow those limits and to control. Someone will not pass the lines, but it's us to set the limits. And also, it seems very important that women will take part on this issue, because there are certain biases if the artificial intelligence will start to work very own way. It has been bad examples in some countries, not only for a woman, but for certain nationalities or some other aspects. It is really important that it will be taken account that certain groups, and the biggest group, of course, are women, is taken account that there are some aspects. We should know what kind of information is used when the AI is proposing for us something.
Transparency.
Transparency, it's really important. In Estonia, we have a possibility, for example, to make automatic decisions, and even this one where it is prohibited to make any kind of decisions where it is needed human waiting, not you are collecting data from different databases. If all points are checked correctly, then the decision is made, for example, to deliver some kind of benefit. But if there is any kind of chance that you have to wait some information, there always should be a human inside. And of course, everywhere we have to consider that critical thinking is really important when you are using technology. So I believe that we can use AI and technology future more and more, but we should be aware all of the risks, and we should discuss it. Because if we are not discussing, all the fears will just flow, because some people are interested about this.
Thank you, and that's also something that was expressed in the policy session upstairs, that we need to avoid putting artificial intelligence all together in one basket, that we need to be very specific about its capacities, about its strengths and weaknesses, well aware of the biases, so we can develop even better policy and regulation. Now, I can see that everyone's putting up their hands. Perhaps Orit, jump in, and then Jana, I'd like to hear from you.
I just want to comment on what you said, and of course Sahar and you, of course, and it is actually stunning to see the pace of things when it comes to AI, the pace of policy changing. You know, I was a Minister of Innovation during 2021. And I issued these very soft regulation about transparency, accountability, all these very generalized words, very amorphic words. And only in a year and a half, look at what's happening. And I think that the trigger for that was tools like ChatGPT, like Gemini AI, when people started to see how accessible and how easy are also the challenges of AIs to be taken advantage of in a negative way, that you could see the shift going on in the American approach, because they were very market-based approached. Do not put heavy limitations on the technology, put the industry first. And we, as Israel, we were there as well, because our biggest market is the American market of high-tech products based on generated AI. And you could see how the European attitude with the AI Act, which is much more strict with the red things that are forbidden, and you see how the two decrees of President Biden are starting to talk to each other with the understanding that this is something that might, be out of our control, and so.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
It's very interesting to look at that, and I think that Israel should also took that extra step in thinking of what to do that can protect more the public in some areas that are, a consensus.
It seems to be the battle between between economic growth and development, in regulation and protecting citizens. So we do see that at play intensely with artificial intelligence. Jana?
Yes, some comments. Yes, I agree. It's the first time ever that technology intersects so much with democracy. So it's very, very important to keep an open dialogue and share knowledge. For me, back to the comment about data, it's very important also not to have a strategy, not have only the algorithms deciding. You need also to have some strategy. Let me give you an example. Right now, I heard yesterday at the event that more than 70% across the world in the parliaments are men. Okay, if you feed AI with this data, the most probable is if I ask if I'm a little girl, can I be, or give me a picture of someone in the parliament, I will see a male figure. So it's not only the data, because the data, the historic data we can have might not be representative, might include bias. We must have also a strategy to leverage AI systems inclusive by design, and this is something we do. I fully agree also on the transparency. It's very important for humans to be able to understand how AI systems reached out those outcomes. This is something, for example, we are doing as Microsoft, but one company is not enough. This is something, and I agree with you, it's something that also political leaders have to set up the rules and also the code of conduct in order to reach the benefits out of AI. For example, I was listening to you. Yes, I'm also using everyday AI, and it improves my work life a lot. For political leaders can increase female representation by leveraging AI, because AI can analyze how many times female leaders are represented in the media and give some information in order to take appropriate actions if somebody wants to create a more equitable environment in politics. Also, AI can help identify bias. How many times have you been in debates where you see that maybe bias has expressed, and educate, let's say, the system in order to avoid those bias. So it's very, very important to set the rules right for transparency, accountability that has to rely on humans, while in parallel we leverage innovation in order to bring additional value to humanity. We shouldn't forget that AI can help us, for example, solve some of the most important challenges that humanity faces today. Many countries are already leveraging, Israel is one of that, to AI to better address health system issues, or to prevent national disasters and better address those, or even to give subsidies to citizens in certain countries that are well targeted. So we shall allow for innovation that gives value to humanity, but following a code of conduct.
Thank you, and if I could...
I would like to build on this.
Of course.
So I totally hear you, and thank you also for your earlier comment about the AI Accord. Having the private sector working closely with legislators and the governments, it's very important. And while I'm working on the AI Act in Egypt, in all my roundtable sessions, I have the private sector presented. And to the point of having women in the tech scene or the AI scene, it's very important because it impacts also the input that is going to the machine, and it will minimize the biases because you can see yourself in these data. That's one of the aspects that we are trying to cover in the Act with the private sector, that they can work closely with the governments to have AI centers to train young women and men, but I mean women are there to how to use the AI, how to produce AI products, and to be certified from big companies like Microsoft and others. So this is also a huge role for the private sector that could play to push women into the tech scene and the AI scene.
Yes, sure.
Of course.
From my side, also one comment. What we have seen in Estonia is that in the private sector there are more people who are eager to use AI, but they should understand also that what kind of risks or fears are in a society, and it happens quite often that developers, they are so sort of blinded about possibilities that they don't understand the risks for a society, for a democracy as well. Because we shouldn't forget that humans are using technology, and not only for a good reason. So, this is understanding. You have to explain why you're setting rules, why, what kind of rules. And of course, you have to discuss with the technology side developers. So sometimes they are offering very good solutions, which from the public side, it's more rigid system. So it's very good to have a private sector involved, developers, particularly younger, those seed companies, unicorns. They have crazy ideas, but there are usually something good inside. So I think it's really important to involve different groups. If you are setting rules how to use this kind of technology, and there is room to go. And as you mentioned, there are different ways how to use and different approaches. I really hope that it will somehow merge and to be a global understanding for everyone. This is, I think it's a, then we will be stronger actually in this area.
Yeah, just to summarize before you jump in, I think what everyone is touching on is the importance of cross-sectoral collaboration to make sure that whatever tool is created, that we've considered its implications from all angles. So please, I think Yanni, your hand went up first, and then.
I just want to raise the point that Sahar, I promised Sahar that I will say it. I think that every parliament should have an AI committee. You like the idea, and you said I should say it. Yes. And I think what's good about it, because the parliament is a natural place to do this deliberation with all the players, with all the stakeholders. This is the character of a parliament. And just like we see in the executive branches around the world, we see more and more AI-focused either ministers or public officials. We need to put down this professionalism into the parliament because it addresses basic human rights dilemmas, privacy dilemmas, and other things that will, at the end of the day, that will be affecting legislation, a worldwide legislation. So this is my point.
And a comment, I fully also agree with what was said before. We have to be highly ambitious about how to use AI, but also pragmatic. Those innovations are going also to be used and are already being used by bad actors as well. So it's very, very important that we take appropriate actions and we focus on upskilling. And when I'm saying upskilling, I believe also this audience shall have, a basic knowledge about AI in order to be able to drive decisions. And also I fully agree with you to bring more women in tech. In general, educate the broader population. Because, for example, if the population is more informed, some kind of first defense exists there as well. For example, if somebody doesn't have any idea about what a deep fake is, it's very, very probable that if I see you in a picture doing something strange, I believe it, So it's important also the upskilling at all layers, but also in this group. And as far as I know, you are already leveraging some of the AI trainings, which is great.
Perfect, thank you. Now we only have a few minutes left of the panel. I would like to spend them talking a little bit more technically. If you could go back to a point that you made, Jan, at the start of our session about the collaboration for, I think you called it Unitech, is that correct? Of different technology companies that are working together to prepare the world for safer artificial intelligence in the future. And then after that, I guess each speaker could have probably around 30 seconds just for a closing remark.
Okay, what we believe, and I fully agree, we shall have a consortium, government and tech companies and civil society to work together Of course, the discussions will be challenging because there might be different opinions, but this is the beauty of democracy as well. This is very important in order to set the proper rules. Always the way of defense for democracy is the law, so it's always very important to ensure that the right laws and regulations are in place. And also, for me, it's very important what I mentioned before, to really educate as much as possible and in a fast manner, because the technological change happens very, very fast, the decision makers and the broader audiences. If we achieve that, I believe we can focus more on unlocking the potential of AI versus the challenges that are very valid, and we shall regulate and keep changing as we go, because this is something new for humanity, and while we all learn as we move on. Thanks.
No, it's very true. It's a moving process, and unfortunately, regulation tends to trail technology. Technology sometimes outpaces us, but perhaps if everyone is more educated, then we can also shorten the gap in between technological developments and regulation. So if we could start, Sahar, if you'd like to make a concluding remark.
Sure. I would like to end again with a positive note that all sectors are responsible, as you mentioned. For example, in Egypt, when we launched the AI strategy, we also launched a council for AI to have a specific body to monitor the AI and how we can cope with it, because it's developing very fast. And we as individuals and as women, yes, we are asking the private sector to work with us and help us learn, but we have the capacity to go online and teach ourselves. Because I wanted to work on the AI Act, I took online courses totally for free, prompt engineering, generative AI, and currently learning machine learning. I'm turning into a software engineer now, not only a politician. So I can understand. So I can, thank you. So I can understand the technicalities and the industry. So when I put a bill, I understand what I'm talking about. So I highly recommend that everyone give yourself a chance, learn by yourself, and live the moment, because AI is the computer back days. If you're not using the computer, you are left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. Orit, any final words?
Yes, I of course, I agree with everything that was said. I would like to give a different point of view and to say that while most of the world, when we're talking about the free countries, are working towards very responsible use of AI, we must put on the table the fact that there is a whole region, including Iran and Russia and China and so on, that are not part of this international effort. And when I look at it geopolitically, I think that the AI technology is not by chance called a trusted technologies. And we must find a way these technology will not be misused to manipulate public opinions, elections, and be navigated and utilizes to things that can endanger democracies, basically, and the safety of democratic countries.
Thank you for pointing that out. And Maris?
I agree with you, Orit, and you as well. But I also think that here we are parliamentarians. Besides using it ourselves, it is important that we will set up the rules. It is often thought that technology is a matter of men. No, it's a matter of women, and equally women. And then we can have such kind of rules which are beneficial for everyone, not only for those who think that they can benefit from this and others not. So everyone should benefit. And then we can lower the risks. And I encourage you as well to build up special committees. You have in our parliament we cannot so easily make such special committees. But I assure that there are a lot of women working on data, working on IA, funded technology. So starting from a young age, and then we can avoid the biases already, what is existing, but very gradually is diminishing. And we need, democracy actually requires some kind of rules.
So thank you. Please offer a round of applause for our panelists. This brings us to the end of our session today. Thank you to the audience as well for following us. And I would like to wish you all a good continuation on for the rest of the conference and for your events today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And while our illustrious panel takes the photo, how many of you participants are genuinely afraid of AI? Just put your hand up. It's fine. No judgment. You're genuinely afraid. How many of you are excited about it? How many of you think you cannot learn AI on your own? Be honest. So because of you, Silvana, if I may announce it, WPL in the next few months will partner with Microsoft to give you AI training. Oh, I don't feel like this is enough. I think it needs to be a little louder than that. Because if I may say on behalf of WPL, we're not just about the talk, we're about the action as well. And we acknowledge the fact that this is a daunting area. So well done to the WPL team for agreeing and deciding to do that. So AI, here we come. Ladies, thank you so much. You're very welcome. Thank you too. By way of announcement, later on this afternoon, specifically after lunch, we are going to be moving to the Hellenic Parliament. And some of you have also opted to go on another tour. How many of you went on a tour yesterday? How many of you were bold enough to sit on the top of the bus where the wind was blowing? And so while we wait for our next panel, because this is also kind of a momentous moment for us, if you don't mind, I'm going to actually come to you as individuals to ask and think about my question, what you have learned about democracy, what you would like to share about it, and what you love about your Athens experience. May I come to you? Don't shake your head, but because you're shaking your head, I am going to come to you. Not all of you wonderful women in this building have had an opportunity to speak on the panel. And if you're watching us online and I cut across the camera, please forgive me. I'm going to go to my sister here from Congo. First of all, the question is, what scares you about AI? And I'll put you on the spot on this one. My dear, you're going to stand up for us, please, kindly, because the world needs to see you. But just very quickly, your thoughts on what we have gathered, we've discussed here over the last maybe for almost 48 hours.
On the last panel on AI, my name is Janine Mabunda. I'm Speaker of the Parliament of DRC. And what we have learned is that anything is possible for women, and we saw it here with AI, especially because it seems to be a very complex conversation, and they made it simple, despite the huge knowledge they have about it. So that's the first thing that I appreciate with the WPL association, because it's made access for every woman who want to be on the top. Then on democracy, I think it was very important to share different view under different lenses, especially giving the type of the world we are navigating in. We have seen very vivid testimonies on how the world is moving and shaking, and how our own perception can impact and can make change. So that's why I like it under the African lenses, to hear about the Eastern Europe experience, or the South American experience, or the European experience, and the African experience, obviously, the Asian experience also. Thank you.
Wonderful. You've just made my day with a beautiful encapsulation of your thoughts. Later on, I'll be coming around for a few people, but I believe our next panel is ready. And this panel is called Democracy Reloaded, Fulfilling Citizen Expectations and Rebuilding Trust. Liz Perkins from the Daily Express will moderate this conversation, and the panelists will be Christina Galach, who is the member, GWL Voices, Elena Lane, Deputy Speaker, House of Commons, United Kingdom, Jlona Labadlad, who is the member of the House of Representatives of Philippines, Lindiwe Tutile Dlamini, who is the president of the Senate of Eswatini, last but not the least, Zarka Taimur, who will be the member or is the member of the Senate of Pakistan, and they will be the panelists for our last panel for the day. Please go ahead, ladies.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say good afternoon. I wanted to really look at the fact that the philosopher Aristotle talked about the significance of truth. And essentially, I mean, what we're looking at today is how we can rebuild trust and how important that is. We have so many fascinating panelists here that I'd rather you hear from them than from me. So I'm going to kick off by asking, what are the most pressing expectations people have from their democracies today? And I was hoping that Lindy Way could lead in that one.
Thank you very much. May I, first of all, appreciate Silvana and the WPL women for this amazing gathering. It's really full of energy, and we're learning a lot. Thank you very much. And to the government of Greece and its people, allow me to first and foremost just say that democracy is at an all-time low in all parts of the world. The beliefs that of what it's supposed to deliver is under challenge. However, it's important to continue looking at what our citizens are looking for. They are looking for a democracy that will empower them individually, that will protect their rights, that will ensure accountability and transparency in decision-making, in the processes of decision-making. And the landscape, however, as I've just said, is evolving and resulting more in distrust and disillusionment among the citizens, which unfortunately gets taken advantage of. So what have we done? Can I just talk specifically on my country? I come from the Kingdom of Eswatini, which is from Africa. What we do to ensure that citizens' expectations are met. First, we have what we call the People's Parliament. The People's Parliament in my country is called Sibaya. That's where you have all the citizens, irrespective of color and creed, wherever you're from. You come to this one place where everyone says whatever is irritating them, whatever they want an improvement on, and there's no agenda, there's no particular agenda, so you can talk about anything and everything. Part of what they will talk about is gender-based violence, which is what most women will be talking about, issues of poverty, issues of quality of infrastructure, health issues, education system, salaries, of course, are among the most popular, and unemployment. So once they've discussed those issues there, what then government does is that they make a document out of that. And as they formulate policies, they take what the people have said and then make policies out of it. And then as Parliament, we do our oversight role through this is what the people have said, this is what you've heard as government, then what are you doing? So that the members of Parliament, when they go back, they report back on what has been done. So we have the People's Parliament, and then also we have a system of government, which is a sub-regional system, whereby it's not the constituency, but it's smaller parts of the constituency. And with the smaller parts of the constituency, everyone there at the grassroots, we believe in grassroots democracy, where the people, it's direct representation, by the way, so where it's the people that say who they want to go and speak for them because they know where they're coming from. So at that level, again, it's everyone else at that level saying, influencing policy. I think briefly I can just say that, yes, there are challenges. We have encountered challenges. A part of the challenges mainly was primarily after COVID-19. After COVID-19, loss of jobs, unemployment, it resulted in a lot of unrest, political unrest. We could hardly contain it. It was at a scale that we didn't realize. But what was it exactly? The people were complaining about service delivery. That is what it was. And the government had to be sensitive to that and make sure people get the services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zarka, I just wondered if you could add to that. I mean, what is the situation with you in Pakistan?
Thank you, Liz. I think we've just had general elections, 8th of February, and the people are concerned that they voted, but they're not happy with the results. And so Pakistan, at least after the advent of social media, the information revolution, it's not the same. Because 40 years ago, 30 years ago, the government or the whoever runs the government would say something and people had to believe it. But now it's different. And there's a gap. There's a huge gap between the perception of the government, and I think this is global as well, and the people, because the people are fast. They know what's going on X. They know what's going on TikTok. They have information. And governments are stuck in their old roles. They're stuck in dinosaur thinking. And so they really have to come, and that gap has to be bridged. So how are you going to get, we have a population of 250 million. 60% of our population is below the age of 30. They're not going to listen. I mean, all of us over 40 are used to, following the lead. But that's a huge population, and they want to have their say. And so I think going forward, we need to inspire. We need to inspire our people. We need to inspire our governments to get more into what's going on, face the reality, and come to terms, understand what are the needs of the people.
Thank you. Eleanor, I know a lot about what's going on in the UK, but I'm sure that there are some here who don't really know what's going on there. Would you be able to elaborate a bit on that?
Well, I think this is fascinating because it's so interesting to contrast what you say about government and democracy, what you say and what you have all been saying in our various groups over this last day or so. Let me just be a little bit controversial here for a moment and disagree with my friend here, that I don't believe that democracy is in crisis or that it's in the worst state ever. I would still argue that, I think it was Winston Churchill who originally said that that democracy is the best form, that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have ever been tried. Exactly. Now, if you have the choice between absolute monarchy or despotism or dictatorship, give me democracy any day, regardless of how imperfect that democracy might be. I think what we are comparing here is different levels of achieving the closest we can to democracy, true democracy as first practiced here in Athens 3,000 years ago, that the important thing is that the voice of the people should be heard. Right. And that when the voice of the people is heard, that those who hold power should act upon it. And what is interesting, and that's why this is such a valuable conference, is to hear the different problems we are having in different places. We probably have fewer problems in the UK, but in some ways, but in other ways we have more problems because more people's voices are being heard and it's very loud.
Absolutely. Christina, I just wondered if you could share your reflections. I mean, obviously you've got experience in Spain and the UN level as well.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I'm just going to be very quickly unveiling what does GWL is, because probably you might think this is a new country, this is a parliament. No, very easy. It's a group of women that have served at the United Nations at the very, very highest levels, except Secretary General, because we have never had a woman Secretary General. So we are a group of 70 women from around the world that got together and said, come on, it is not possible that we, at the international governance system, we don't have more women, and also that we have multilateralism in crisis. So working for equality and working for multilateralism. So your question, democracy for us is about representation. The manner we have to govern ourselves is we delegate our trust, our confidence, our vote to a number of women and men. Then they have to continue hearing all of us, and then they have to ensure that housing, education, health services, mobility, climate action, etc., is implemented through legislation, through norms, etc., and that our lives and the lives of our children, they become better. But this is hard. This is very hard, because representation is not always in the hands of a normal representation of what we are. For example, we have many less women representing us than men. So this is already something very problematic. At the UN level, we have had 9 secretary generals, men, and no women. So how can the UN bodies take good decisions that are equal for everybody if we have this very partial representation, or the General Assembly? So if we take democracy as, I totally agree with you, is the worst system except from all the others, but the problem is that it's constantly challenged, because the hearing, the listening to our citizens, and the process of taking the decisions is very much impacted by, for example, media, by, for example, fakes, by, for example, by the role of the groups that come out there and construct realities that are not real, and then force our politicians to not focus on the real well-being of the citizens.
I just wondered if you can share your thoughts on that, Glo.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins, and to each and every empowered woman in this room, yes. A pleasant afternoon. Way back in the Philippines, the expectations, the present expectations of our citizens is from a democratic country like ours is, as of to date, we are pressed to the issues of livelihood opportunities. We also have issues on economic stability, wherein we could create jobs for our populace. And also we have issues on enticing or attracting investors for us to be able to boost our economy, to help us boost our economy, and also infrastructure developments, and also enhancing our workforce skills, wherein on viewing such, it would help us, help our economy to be further move forward. So with these issues, our government is trying its best to address each and every one. But we cannot take this overnight. But we are very positive that with the 86 congresswomen in our in the House of Representatives, of which a total of 312 and 86 of ours are women, with the personality of a woman, of a wholesome personality, we know that in the years to come, in the future, we will be able to address this one. It's one in every step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. I know we touched briefly on services, but is democracy about one man, one vote, or is it efficient delivery of services? Christina?
Well, definitely is much more than just one person, one vote. Let me correct the unbalanced language of the question.
It's all my fault.
No. I think it's much more than that, because we see people voting in many countries, and we see political parties in many countries very openly calling for votes. But then we don't have freedom of the media, but then we don't have processes to enter the political parties which are open and fair, but then we have so many obstacles to a good quality of democracy. So the listening part of the democracy is very important, and these civil society organizations that can bring forward issues that they impact the parliament, they impact the judiciary. Judiciary is extremely important for a good quality of democracy, because judges and magistrates, etc., take key decisions, even at the highest level, Supreme Courts, etc. So voting is important. We all want to elect our representatives to take the best decisions for the society and for us and for our children, but key is the quality, and quality is determined by media, judiciary, freedom of speech, and so many other actions that in a democratic country are extremely critical.
Eleanor, I just wondered what your views were on that.
I think there are two parts to this question. First of all, on services, no, I think it would be diminishing the concept of democracy if we said that it was about the provision of services. But what it's about is choosing those who make the decisions about the priorities of how taxpayers' money is spent. And of course, you explained what the democratic system is in your country. And in the UK, we have the main government, but then we have local government, 2 layers of local government. And at the lowest level of local government, it's terribly important, because then you're serving a population of maybe just 4,000 people, and then the decision is, do we cut the grass or do we mend the road? Right, that's about provision of services, and all that the democratic process can do is decide who will take that decision on behalf of the people, and therefore reflecting the will of the people. But the first part of your question about one man, one vote, or one person, one vote, let's hope we've at least got past, in most places, got past the one man, one vote, and now we have one person, one vote, though there are places where it still doesn't work. But I would argue on that there's more to democracy than election. That, as you said, the courts, the media, the interpretation of law, etc. We are waiting today in the UK for a very big decision by someone called the Ombudsman. And I hope that decision will be made, and we can talk about it later. But that proves to us that the answer to your question is that democracy is not just about one person, one vote and the electoral process, but the whole panoply of decision making.
Thank you. Glo, I just wondered what you thought.
Democracy is inherently a combination of both principles. One man, one vote. It ensures equal participation and representation. A fundamental aspect of democracy, I could say. But for us to be able to have both as a success, so we have to deliver the services that our people need through a votation of which we could vote the best candidates that our country is capable of having or should have. Thus, by doing such, our populace is given the opportunity to give their votes or to give their choice to whom to lead the country. So I'm for that one, actually. One man, one vote. Thank you.
Just wondered what you thought about that.
Yeah, I'll just say the whole purpose of going for elections is to actually have someone who will represent what you believe in, and therefore, ultimately, you believe that that person will ensure that service delivery reaches the populace. And therefore, I would say the accountability part becomes very important, the transparency part. So I'm finding it difficult to actually just say, is it one man or one person, one vote, or service delivery? It's actually both. You need the election to produce the service delivery. So that would be my outlook on it, yeah.
Sarka, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with Linda because, in Pakistan, for example, or similar countries, you go to vote, they want you to vote for them, and then after that, they're never accessible. And you're expecting that there's going to be improvement in processes. So we want transparency of processes. We want that the judiciary particularly should be accountable, and all institutions, because the government is run by institutions and the institutions need to be accountable. But the way things work is that the institutions are never accountable. So that is something that we need to work on to make the government, the bureaucracy, whoever is in the executive must be accountable. If they did something wrong 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we must be able to call them to task. We find we are totally not able to do that. So I think that's citizen expectations, and now people are really speaking up on it.
How can democracies better incorporate people's expectations in policy making? Elna?
Well, actually, I think this is something that has improved quite a lot in recent years. We had a very interesting discussion earlier about AI, and we're also aware of what social media does and what electronic communication does. When I first became a member of Parliament 27 years ago, the way in which people got in touch with me was to write a letter, on a piece of paper, fold it, put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, and go to that. So it was great. I maybe got 50 letters a week. You could cope with that. Now you all know what it's like. Hundreds of emails, hundreds and hundreds. But it does mean that people's ability to communicate with their elected representatives is much, much better. However much more difficult that makes our job, it is better because you have a better idea of what people think and what they want you to do. And also, if you've voted in a certain way, if you've made a certain speech, if you've taken a stance on an issue, you get immediate feedback. Some of it's not very pleasant sometimes, but some of it is. You get immediate feedback. And I think that although we're quite skeptical sometimes about the way in which immediate and electronic communication affects what we're doing, I think it has the potential to improve representative democracy very significantly. We have a system as well about petitions. If somebody, a non-elected person, anybody in the country can start a petition, and if they get 100,000 signatures, which actually, let's face it, if you've got several months to do it, it's not desperately difficult. If it's a matter on which people feel very strongly, then the Petitions Committee will actually consider whether there should be a debate in Parliament on that. Again, I was quite sceptical about that because I thought it would only be used by pressure groups who were well organised and well funded, but it's not. No. It's actually used by the population as a whole, and that's a good thing.
Chloe, I just wondered what the situation was like with you.
I think that we need to actively involve our populace for us to be able to do such. And maybe in any platforms, maybe in social media, be it in print or ads, in any available platforms, we should do that because by engaging them, I think that's like making them responsible as well, and then making them as part of the community.
Sarka, just wonder what your thoughts. Yeah, of course. I know you're a very busy lady. How can democracies better incorporate people's expectations in policy making?
Absolutely. I think we need to have more women. That's the only way a democracy can work. 50% of your population is not there. We in Pakistan have a quota of 17%. It's not enough to represent 49 or 50% of the population. So single point agenda, have more women, have enough women that they can influence decision making. So not just a few women, and you need thinking women. You need women who are unfortunately opinionated. You cannot have the yes women, okay? Have a few yes women, but have a few no women as well. That's the only way that democracy can deliver. The only way.
Let me say, yeah, that's a very good point. A few things. One, representation. So if those that are organizing the governments, the parliaments, represent better the globality of the society, they'll do a better job. So women is clear. We need real women representation. Second, transparency. Transparency is fundamental because transparency is accountability. And transparency means that what the decisions are being taken on taxpayers' money or on investments or on, well, we put money in education or on roads or whatever. So then, and then a listening mood. I think governments have to understand better the societies we are. I'll give you two examples. I will be very short. For example, Europe is now going through a big problem on housing. Housing has become very expensive. And it is only now that we notice that younger couples cannot go and establish themselves on their own because housing is so expensive. Well, this has been so for several years already. But it seemed like, well, it was going to be managed. The market was going to be managing. So now we have huge problems of housing or questions impacting climate change and agriculture. So listening is also very important.
Absolutely. Linda Way, I just wonder what your thoughts were on
I
that.
think I concur with what everyone has said, but it's to say it's important for us to know what our citizens want, but then say there's no one jacket fits all for democracy. It's very important that we make sure we use a democracy that works for our people, that they can relate, that is transparent, that is accountable, and that delivers, and that they're able to actually input on what they believe in. I think that part I find very important so that they do not feel it's foreign. It must be, it must be homegrown. Pay attention to who the people are, what they believe in, and incorporate it into that so that you get good results. That is what I'd say.
Very good. Yeah. How can democracies ensure that the digital revolution empowers rather than undermines citizens' expectations for more responsive governments? Just wonder if, Glo, you'd had any view on that. I know obviously it changes from country to country, right?
Yeah, actually, to strengthen democracies, but challenges, we have to accept it that challenges exist. So like for us in the Philippines, we're trying our best to address this one in such a way that everyone has a share, or everyone, since we are a democratic country, so we should be able to, we present platforms wherein our citizenry can present whatever their expectations. And so thus far, we are, the government is trying its best to address such issues as this one. So we are just moving forward. We're taking on things as they come, and yet we are dedicated and we are serious in addressing all these form of expectations from the government. Thank you so much.
Just wonder what you thought, Christina.
Yes, let me just say a couple of comments on this. In fact, the current AI revolution, artificial intelligence revolution, is based on something which is rather problematic. The previous technological changes were being led by a combination of the private sector, but in particular the government. For example, the World Wide Web, it was public investment. Now, AI evolution and transformation is in the hands of very few huge transnational companies led by men, and governments are somehow even in a very fragile situation to regulate this. So this has tremendous impact on the quality of democracy, on the manner in which the governments get together at the national level, but at the supranational level to regulate all these new world of technologies and artificial intelligence. We have the first example. It was the topic of the previous group, the previous panel, how we are trying to regulate AI in the European Union. So I think it's extremely hard, this question, how to dissect the areas in which governments can impact and then also work at the supranational level. I think it's extremely important education of all of us, our citizens, in digital issues. At the same time, to learn how we can use better the digitization so that the impact of good governance goes down to the bottom levels. But extremely complex issue. I don't think it is a silver bullet solution. It is just adapting to the changes and being extremely aware of the impact that is having, and correcting and recorrecting and being very aware is the challenge of the future.
I was going to say, Lindy Way, what are you thinking
Yes.
about all that? You look like you were taking it all in.
Yes, the president of Ethiopia yesterday in her address, in a keynote address, said we must be vigilant in addressing the challenges posed by digital divides, cybersecurity threats, and the proliferation of misinformation, which can undermine trust and confidence in democratic institutions. I thought that was profound. But my observation on the digital space is that there's a major gap between the young people and government. Government has been slow, in my country, for instance, in taking on to the digital space. And as a result, a lot of the young people were in the digital space, and government has had to catch up behind. Whereas most of them are now in that space. That's where they expect to get information. That's where they need to be. So now government is trailing behind and now wanting to participate in that space. And of course, such forums, we learn that there are a lot of risks involved. So there's a lot to learn because it's a new world order that we are not really familiar with. A lot of our people in the rural areas have no idea what you're talking about when you talk about the digital technology. They just have a telephone. When you talk about AI, that's another world. So it means we need to do a lot of education, education really, and getting people to understand what are social media, for instance, that the earlier group did mention. What is misinformation? What is fake? What is what? So that people know. Otherwise, they just take, because of the newness of technology, they take whatever they read and as true. So that's the risk that every government is running into. Thank you.
Just wonder what you thought.
Yeah, I think there are two issues. One is that governments, because they're heavy, they're big, they're falling under their own weights because they're being attacked by the young. And of course, we take into account the fact that, again, I bring the 40 age, because people who are young, they were born with these devices in their hands. It takes them a minute. And the rest of us who are slow, and most governments are composed of older people. So you need to have younger people in government. You need to give young people, men and women, representation because they will understand better how to deal with it, one. Two, I think we need to re-emphasize ethics. The world has forgotten the difference between right and wrong. We no longer talk of right and wrong. We talk of our personal interests and corporations, as Christine mentioned. I mean, the world is run by a few very rich corporations, and they're only driven by financials. Whereas we human beings who make the AI, we are driven by emotions, we are driven by empathy, we are driven by compassion. We are human. So where is the humanity? We need to bring humanity back on the stage.
Very well.
And we can do it, as Sahar said earlier, that in the last AI panel, she said that we make AI, we need to put the ethics into AI. And we need to speak up when there is a social movement which is fake, when there's fake and when there's false facts being floated in the cyberspace, we need to speak up about it, and people are not so stupid, they can tell right from wrong, but we need to emphasize it. Thank you.
Elna.
Well, I think that the discussion we've just had draws attention to the essential problem that we have here, that as ever, technology is way ahead of the law. And we don't have a system for regulating this massive dissemination of information, which could be the greatest thing that's ever happened, in a way that we can communicate in an instant with millions of people, and they can communicate back. It could be the greatest thing that's ever happened, or it could be the most dangerous, because if you want to rely on information, it has to be true. And if we don't have trust and we don't know what's true and what isn't true, then that dissemination of information becomes a very dangerous thing, as colleagues have just said. So I don't know what the answer to this is, but it's an answer that we must strive for, which is that when the printing press was invented many centuries ago, and pamphlets were distributed, then there was an outbreak of misinformation. And the way that the law dealt with that way back then was to insist that any political pamphlet put out had to have a name and an address on it. We still have that in our law as far as election material is concerned, but that doesn't apply to tweets or X's, whatever they're called now. That doesn't apply to that sort of information we put out. Anyone can say anything. They can be anonymous, they can tell lies. You've probably all had it happen. I've certainly had it happen to me. Absolutely straight lies told, and people believe them. It's our biggest challenge for the law to catch up with technology.
I was going to say, well,
Totally right. Yeah.
it's hard to believe that there's only a matter of, 4 minutes or just over nearly 4.5 minutes left. Given that there are elections going on right across the globe right now, I know some of you had them, some of us are waiting for them, who knows when, you know when. You maybe tell me later. I was just curious as to what you thought needed to be done to rebuild the trust of voters, who are quite a hard lot to impress at times, aren't they?
Can I say something very quickly? I think this year, because we have half of the population of the world being called to vote, and half of that, even more than half of that, are women. I think it's an important moment for us, for women, because we are more than half of the population of those that are going to vote. So I think having in mind this tool that we have, that we can really determine our own future, I would say. So we have seen, for example, in Europe very recently, there were elections in one important country in the European Union with extreme populistic approaches, which was very complex to deal with by the rest. And the vast majority of the voters, women, really were key in changing this populistic regime into more a streamlined center-right government. So I'm going to say it openly. We have an opportunity because we are called to vote and we are more than half.
Chloe, I just wonder what you've thought.
I think that for us to be able to do such, we have to set ourselves as an example. And beside that, we have to make sure that whatever we promise to our people, it has to be done. Because it would be a recurrence, if like you promise something and then later on you don't fulfill it, then that's where their trust disappears. So we have to make sure that whatever we tell our people, we have to comply, we have to do it.
Lindsay Way.
Yes, we just came from the elections and we experienced a massive turnout of 90% of all eligible voters, and out of which 60% voted, and 28% of those were women. Well, 28% of women are in parliament as I speak, which is quite an increase from what we had previously. But what we observed is that at the highest political level, His Majesty the King said to women, women, you need to speak for your issues. You need to vote for one another. And because of that call, that political will, women came out and they voted for each other. And we're hoping that this will continue. So for us women at WPL, as my sister rightly said, most of the countries are going for elections, I would say let's engage, let's encourage one another, let's go all out there and be the ambassadors that we want to be and encourage the women. I know women will say it's difficult because election talks about money, but all it takes is women supporting each other and we can turn the whole world around. And let's believe in each other. It's not what is said about you, it is what you believe about yourself. Let's believe the narrative that we're able to support one another. I know men will say we don't support each other, we don't love each other, but let's believe that as we're seated here, there's a spirit of sisterhood, as Dr. Obiageli said yesterday, and that is what we need to harness. And maybe the other thing that I learned yesterday is that when you keep away from going to cast your vote, which is a common thing amongst the middle class. Again, I'll quote Dr. Obiageli. She said, you allow the hooligans to go for the elections. So let's come out in our numbers and go and vote. And I'm saying women, let's rally behind those that we know are women with good morals. They believe, because you vote for a woman, you've changed a community. You know, the livelihoods of the people are going to be improved. Our youth is going to be taken care of. There will be a better development policies, because that's how women believe in. Thank you.
Sarkar. Yeah, well, I think we've got nothing to lose. We must be positive. We must inspire women. And I don't think women are against each other. If you look at the men, they're as much against each other as anyone else. And so we, going forward, we need to bring men to our side as well, which we do, because without men, I'm here because my husband is supporting me, my son is supporting me, my father made me what I am. So I think we are not adversaries. We are together in this. We just need to speak up. We don't speak up. We are culturally taught to keep quiet, to toe the line. So we've got to speak up, keep them happy, the ones who are going to support us, and believe that we're going to make it, because we have nothing to lose. Never quit, don't give up, and keep at it, and we will succeed.
Well, Eleanor, we know all about elections, don't we?
Elections. I wish I knew when the UK election was going to be.
Come on now. You do really. It's not going to be in May, right? But
it's not going to be in May. Thank goodness. It's not going to be in May. But I don't know when it's going to be. That makes it all the more exciting. I agree with what our friends have just said. There is no doubt that having more women in the decision-making process, having more women elected, and more women's voices being heard, and more women being there to support each other until we get to a critical mass of women in a parliamentary process, definitely changes the agenda. But can I leave you with this thought? We're talking today about how much we have to achieve and how hard we have to fight. Don't let us forget how much we have achieved so far. Let's go forward with confidence.
Yes, confidence.
I just want to say thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. I could listen to you for so much longer. Sadly, we do have to end. And I just want to say thank you to Savlana as well for obviously inviting us here and for this special occasion too. So thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this energetic panel. Please, another round of applause for our panelists. Photographer, do us the honors. Capture this moment in history. Ladies, leaders, if you may kindly stand for your photo. And as they take their picture, a few announcements which are crucial. After the closing element of this morning, we have a few speeches coming up. Please note that for official appointed members of parliament who are making national delegation statements, we ask you to be in the building ready to be accompanied to the Hellenic Parliament by our ushers at 2:30 p.m., please. At 3 p.m. at the Hellenic Parliament, we would have the honor to be welcomed by Konstantin and Tassoulas, who is the president of the Hellenic Parliament. You have already received the order. And if you haven't received it, please let us know so we can rectify that. Ladies, you are free to leave the stage. I'm so sorry for you. You're trying to be so eloquent and respectful. If I may kindly continue with the announcement because it's crucial. You would have already received the order for the national delegation statements. And so please, if you haven't received it for whatever reason, please let us know so we can rectify that. Also, if you are not going to the national delegation statement segment, we have a sightseeing bus, as I mentioned before, and that leaves here, NJV Athens, from 3 p.m. and it comes back at 4:15. For those of you who have registered, there's also another special guided tour on offer at the exhibition of the Hellenic Parliament, and that's entitled Beholding Liberty at the Hellenic Parliament 2 centuries later. And this starts at 5 p.m. As I said, we've got our ushers and we've got our helpers outside. If for whatever reason you are not able to capture this, let us know. Yeah, and if there's anything that you don't understand, please, by all means, let us know. For now, we continue more or less the last leg. Ladies, how are you feeling? Pumped up, ready to go, empowered, stronger than you felt yesterday? I love to see that. I love to hear that. Please, without much ado, welcome the Minister of Tourism of this beautiful country, Greece, in the person of Olga Kefalogianni, to say a few words. Please warmly welcome her.
Thank you so much. First of all, this Athens Summit was co-hosted by the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs. Unfortunately, Sofia Zacharaki could not join us. She got ill, and to spare all of us from any infectious disease, unfortunately, she couldn't join us. So I'm just apologizing on her behalf, and I don't know if any of you will be staying here for tomorrow. Probably you could have a meeting with her. So let us know if any of you are staying tomorrow. Probably we could arrange a meeting with the Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs privately. So, Madam President of the WPL delegates, shortly before the works of the Women Political Leaders Athens Summit are moved to the Greek Parliament, I would like to thank you for your presence and participation in panels and focus groups. I would also like to thank the NJV Athens Plaza Hotel here in the heart of Athens for the impeccable hospitality. And I do hope that all of you had a memorable experience during yesterday's event at the Acropolis Museum and at the Parthenon Hall, where the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mrs. Katerina Sakelaropoulou, was awarded the Trailblazer Award. If you noticed, there were empty spaces in the hall that hosts the sculptures of the Parthenon's frieze. And these are the spaces that await the sculptures that are currently exhibited at the British Museum in London. And I want to acknowledge each and everyone's sensitivity in this matter. However, it is important from our side to highlight the fact that the Greek government and the Greek people are pleading for the reunification of this unique monument which symbolizes democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the completion of this summit, I can say with certainty that we attended a thoroughly successful 2 days of discussions filled with fruitful reflections and interesting opinions. Truths were told about the problems faced by both women who hold political positions as well as those aspiring to enter politics. But we didn't just stop at stating the problems or wishful thinking. During the 2 days of the summit, proposals and solutions were put forward that seem to have a very specific direction. Regardless of our political and cultural backgrounds, we all agreed that political will, the financing of actions beyond equal political representation, the education of women and men, and zero tolerance for any form of gender-based violence are the priorities for the democracies of the 21st century. The dialogue developed in the panels and focus sessions between women politicians was vibrant with strong arguments from all the delegates. I think that these full of energy discussions were led by Anita's unique welcome and experience. So I'd like all of us to applaud Anita. Going back to the discussions, indeed, the underrepresentation of women in politics reflects the broader imbalance that persists in basic human rights, where women typically enjoy only 2/3 of the rights and privileges afforded to men. It is impressive when you think about it. We're emphasizing the imperative for basic human rights to be universally recognized, irrespective of gender. Another emphasis was put on the fact that gender equality is a catalyst for economic development and the well-being of local communities. At the same time, it was stressed that the state of power does not in any way mean that women will get a better share, but that this process will give impetus and will favor societies. Let me also emphasize that an important parameter that emerged from the panels was the need for young women, today's students, to envision themselves in political leadership positions in the future, and not to have glass ceilings in their lives, as the President of the Republic emphasized yesterday, not to face obstacles, stereotypes, and prejudices that most of us have faced in our path. The equal representation of women in politics must soon become the new norm and pave the way for the democratic rights of women and, of course, the right to vote and be elected in more and more countries. Lastly, we even discussed a parameter that will be of great concern to us in the future. Artificial intelligence is already here, and it seems that it will have a major impact on both governance and electoral processes. We must be proactive and push for AI to include women, and specifically women politicians, and not to exclude them. Ladies and gentlemen, following the works of the summit, I found similarities on the issues of gender-based violence in political life and beyond. Women from all continents face similar problems. They confront a covert form of violence, often hidden from plain view, which is based on established stereotypes and deep-seated prejudices, a violence that found suitable ground in the digital universe. Ladies and gentlemen, what can we do from now on, from today until we meet again in 2025? What are the steps forward? WPL delivered on its commitment as it brought us together for 3 days in open communication with the aim of connecting female politicians and their further networking. Now, thank you for that. Now, returning to our homes, we must put pressures on our own parliaments to further raise awareness and information of our colleagues and citizens, to fund actions that will educate the public about the value of political participation, and especially female participation, to thoroughly control misinformation and the malicious use of digital technologies, for the networking of women politicians and mutual support regardless of party affiliation. Particularly for the European Union countries, a common stance is necessary in the legal doctrine that protects and favors women's political representation. Dear friends, in a 21st century democracy, there is no room for gender division in politics, only for citizens equal in the right to vote and to be elected. Now, the summit will continue in the Greek Parliament. Your hostess there will be Sevi Volodaki, our country's ambassador to the WPL. In a way, Sevi is my successor, as I was the first politician, member of parliament appointed at the WPL network. And I'm really happy that such an amazing and brave woman as Sevi has undertaken this role. Silvana, Dr. Obi, Dear delegates, it has been a very big honor to host you in this Athens Summit for WPL, and looking forward to our next meeting and your next initiatives, WPL. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister, and a big congratulations to WPL for not only holding its promise of bringing us together, but also doing it with such expertise and so much good and positive energy amongst us. And now, with a resounding WPL welcome, please bring to the stage the president and founder of Women Political Leaders WPL, Silvana Koch-Merin, and she, of course, will be joined by, Minister, you say I have energy. I don't think my energy matches Dr. Obi's energy. I think on the day we started, when she got on stage with no paper in her hand, I thought, what is she going to say? And honestly, Dr. Obi, you woke me up. So these two wonderful women have brought us together, and if I may kindly, respectfully request, ladies, you close this ceremony, this part of the ceremony, and ushering in, of course, the next part. So please, warmly welcome Silvana Koch-Merin, President and Founder, WPL, with Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, Chair of the WPL Board.
Thank you so very much. Anita, you want to acknowledge the great work she has done for us as the, what did they call you? You know, it used to be, I don't like the word moderator. There's a better word for women, so we're really excited at what we've been able to do. You've just managed this moving, convening in a very superb way. Well done. Those of those of you who joined us at the Reykjavik Forum in November would know that I did spend some of my time in closing saying that we must acknowledge Silvana. This was an idea whose time came a long time ago, but it took her really taking a step for us to become this great global network of women. So once again, can I get you to... Incredible. So we started with so much packed into the program. Would you agree with me that we delivered on all the things that we asked you to come and do? So, plenty thanks to the government of Greece. This city is one we must return to sometime. And I pray that we're going to return not just to convene and give a Trailblazer Award to the president, Katerina. You're trying to support me. Trust a woman to do that. But also one that would return to, and as I said during the opening, we would give a Trailblazer Award to yet another woman who would have become Prime Minister of this country. If you're with me and you're excited about that possibility, let's see you clap. Minister Olga, our dear Sevi, we really are so indebted to you. You made this work. Only God knows the level of coordination you had to make. You even got us into a museum that normally would not host that kind of a party. And that is something that we really hugely appreciate. Please let us acknowledge these two wonderful women and even the Minister of Social Cohesion, who's unable to join us. We wish her quick recovery. And all the colleagues, the people at the museum, the people that you worked with on your teams, because they are people that we did not see, but who did a lot of work to get us here. And now for those of you who joined us from respective countries, girl. There are many times that Sylvana and myself talk about you. We talk about how tough it can be to be in your little corner in those countries, knowing that you are so motivated to see your society transformed, and sometimes you feel so alone and left in isolation. But I want to believe that even for the last 3 days that you've been here with us, that you felt a sense of space to just breathe out. And I hope that what has happened is you're more energized to just go back and keep fighting. Because when we fight, we win. I celebrate you together with Sylvana for the progress that you represent. You're not just a piece of statistic. You really are the human beings behind the transformation of democracy in the 21st century. There's a reason that our theme is democracy in the 21st century. Anyone who pretends that our democracy remains what it was in the 20th century is living a life of delusion. It's an entirely different space, and it's a space that you are contesting for and winning within, no matter how difficult it has been. But all the issues that we raised in the course of this conference, of this summit, they are things you're dealing with as lawmakers, as people in the executive branch of government. One thing is very clear. The leaders of the 21st century will mostly be women who are competent, women who are ethical, and women who have the capacity to deliver results. It's very clear. Competent, ethical, capable of delivering results. And I see you in this room. And that gives joy, because our 21st century is going to be increasingly more difficult. The challenges of building a new multilateral architecture that solves our collective problems, the global public bads that we have to address, maximizing the public goods that we sometimes lose sight of, will depend on real leadership. Now, real leadership is leadership that's trusted. And guess what? There is still data that shows that there's more trust for female politicians than there is for their male counterparts. Don't let any one of us reduce that data. I know you will not. I know you will not be the reason that people will look and say, of what benefit is it to have women in politics? Rather, you will be the model and the exemplary reasons why, when we next go and gather in a different country, we would have gotten many notches more people. Because after all, 64 countries in election this year, we better have more women showing up at our next convening. My dear friend Sylvana, it's always a pleasure doing this with you. We have a lot of grounds left to conquer. And the truth is, we must make a big push. Incremental success is not enough for us. We have to be more visionary. We have to achieve scale. And that can only happen when we stay connected. So even when we're done at the parliament today, we want you to go home knowing that you are part of a family. When situations arise in your respective countries, when you're going through experiences, the reason we have WPL is for you to reach out. Please don't stay alone and fight the battle alone. I have been in government. Sometimes it is so important for outside voices to say that you're such a great and formidable person. So please, make sure you stay connected with this global network, because we will always be your sisters.
Thank you so much, my dear Obi. And I have 2 younger brothers. But I realized everybody needs a sister. And I found one. And I found even more. So this is about sisterhood. Somebody said it at the very beginning. It's about this coming together, supporting each other, learning from each other the tricks and all those things that you can't really read about. Obi said everything. I don't need to add to this. I just want to make sure also that you know that women like Obi work on this wonderful summit with women like Olga and Sevi. That very much depends also on a great team. Obi gave acknowledgement to our wonderful lead facilitator, masteress of ceremonies, and the teams of the ministries. Let me also call up the team of WPL and the volunteers, because they've done an outstanding job. Everybody has in some way interacted with Angela. Please, Angela, come on stage.
Thank you,
with
Angela.
George, Sam, Ling, Esther, Sarah,
Ivan,
Emily,
Alex.
exactly, all the volunteers, Ivan, Andri, Alessa, Elena, Anastasia. Do I forget somebody? Sarah, did I mention Sarah? I can't see anything. Sarah, yes. Please give them a round of applause. Nina and Shri, who can't be here with us, but who are working remotely, actively, very little left on the fingers. Please come here for a big photo.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all of them. Some of them put in free time, took time off from school. Sophie, of course, a new addition to the volunteer team. Andre, George, so thank you very much. We have now the lunch, the parliament, and everybody has a farewell reception opportunity at 6 o'clock in the parliament. If you have other plans during the afternoon, please come back for that. It's a wonderful place. A woman's place is in the parliament, so please make sure you're there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies. Olga, come up maybe for a group photo.
Ladies, as we continue in our festive mode, please ensure that we're still on time. Lunch is a crisp 50 minutes because we do have the afternoon program to also go to. By all means, feel free, but please ensure that we're finishing lunch at 2:25 to proceed with the rest of the day's meetings afterwards. Thank you so much.